is a gorgeous day in the neighborhood. Good day for a walk and a great day for Cubs baseball. It's the Hyundai leadoff man on WGN Sports. The Pirates and Cubs in Game 3 of a 4-game series. Happy Sunday. I'm Len Casper. Welcome to the leadoff man. The Cubs dropped yesterday's game. We'll get the highlights here in a second. They still have won 6 of their last 8 ball games, and the Pirates snapping a 7-game skid. They really needed that game, and now just 2 back in the wild card race. Let's get the highlights of Saturday afternoon's affair on Starlin Castro poster day here at the ballpark. Pirates off to an early start, leading already 2-0. Andrew McCutchen with his second homer of the day, or of the series rather. That one off Jason Birkin in his Cub debut. 3-0 Pittsburgh. Bottom 3 now. Cubs able to get on the board. Anthony Rizzo with an RBI single. Joe Mather coming in. It's 3-1 Pirates. 4th inning, they would extend their lead. Starling Marte with a triple. That knocked in a run. The score, Clint Barmas 4-1. And then Travis Snyder back in the lineup with a base hit, a blooper to right. Marte in. 5-1 Pirates. Garrett Jones, the Chicago area native, with a double. Off the glove of Josh Vitters. Snyder in. 6-1 Pirates. Cubs would, however, make it very interesting in the ninth. Alfonso Soriano with a base hit, making it 7-5. Bases loaded walk would make it 7-6. And then Dave Sapelt with 3 on and 2 outs strikes out against the closer Joel Hanrahan, who had to make 35 pitches as he got his 35th save. Wandy Rodriguez over Jason Birkin. A lot of pitchers used in the game last night. 7-6 Pirates, the final. The leadoff man is brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Check out the award-winning Hyundai Sonata at myhyundaichicago.com. Sunday, and we can't thank Jeff Passan enough, longtime baseball columnist and sports columnist for Yahoo Sports. You can check him out on Twitter at Jeff Passan. He contributes today, and everyone can enjoy this one today. Old school, batting average, home runs, and RBIs. They'll be around forever. We'll show you some interesting leaderboards, and today the all-time leaders in batting average. Ty Cobb, 367 in his career. Rogers Hornsby hit 358. We'll give you the Cubs leaders as well, and also the Triple Crown winners leading in all three categories in a single season. Go to WGNTV.com/LenonBob to check out Passon's great blog piece today. More from Wrigley Field as we get you set for Cubs baseball on WGN. For the Cubs, he's won 3 of his last 4 outings. And let's go first to third, and we're just going to look at all the playoff races. Just over 2 weeks left in the season. The Nationals, Reds, and Giants all should easily win their divisions. Much closer in each of the divisional races in the American League. The NL wild card, the Braves are going to be in fine shape. You've got the Dodgers and St. Louis tied. The Pirates are 2 back. Milwaukee just 2.5 out. The Phillies 3 back. And in the American League wild card, the A's have beaten the Orioles each of the last 2 days to take a 3-game lead. Gorgeous day here at Wrigley Field. The Pirates and the Cubs have split the first 2 games of this 4-game set. We'll have the 3rd game coming up next.
Coming! Let's play 2!
in Sheffield as fans get ready to file into the Budweiser bleachers. And we're set for Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. Game 3 of a 4-game wraparound weekend series as the Pirates and Cubs do battle. And we welcome Cub fans from all over the country watching on WGN America, America's home for baseball. Great to have you with us today. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Pirates won yesterday, but the Cubs have still won 6 of their last 8 games. Let's talk defense today. And Darwin Barney had one of the best defensive games we've ever seen yesterday.
Well, yesterday was an amazing game for Darwin, but we've grown very accustomed to seeing outstanding defensive plays. But he had it all on display yesterday, showing his range going deep in the hole between first and second. The best in the game at fielding pop-ups from his position at second base, and then a diving stop to his left once again. Whether you use old school metrics or ultimate zone rating, defensive wins above replacement, whatever numbers you want to use, Darwin Barney's the best defensive second baseman in the league.
Already has a National League record, 130 in a row at second base without an error, and he's less than 2 weeks away possibly of setting the all-time Major League record. Got to have good defense when Chris Volstad is on the mound because of that sinker.
Yeah, ideally his sinker is working well like it was last time out against Houston. He really had to work hard to pick up his 3rd victory in his last 4 starts. You see what some of the Buccos have done against the Cubs right-hander in their career.
Yeah, Pedro Alvarez, the only guy with good success. Left-hander Jeff Locke, his last start, a no decision against the Cubs. He was pretty good. 6 innings, 2 runs.
Yeah, in 2 relief appearances and 2 starts. He's only walked 1 batter this year. He's definitely a strike thrower.
Pirates are still very much in it. They're only 2 games back of the Dodgers and the Cardinals for the final wild card spot. Now down to the field, God Bless America, followed by the national anthem.
With God Bless America. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please remain standing. Performing the national anthem this afternoon is the Fellowship Baptist Church Shiloh Missionary.
Oh, sing and you sing. Stars.
Chicago Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
And time to take a look at today's Mazda Drive to Victory. What the Cubs need to do today is keep in mind V stands for Volstad and victory. He's won 3 of his last 4. Hopefully keep that streak rolling today. Drive to Victory brought to you by your local Chicagoland Mazda dealers. See your Chicagoland Mazda dealer for a test drive today at driveamazda.com.
Cub fans, make sure you check out our WGN Baseball blog at WGNTV.com. It's brought to you by Jeff Vukovich, nationwide agent serving the area for 33 years. You can contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. It's Stats Sunday, and Yahoo Sports baseball columnist Jeff Passan writing about the basics. We show them to you every day when the batters come up. Batting average, home runs, and RBIs. Jeff's a pretty intellectual baseball fan, and it's a nice ode to the old school. And a conversation he had with his dad regarding Scott Rowland. Get into that a little bit more later. Now the Pirates starting lineup, they busted out for 7 runs. They really had struggled in scoring during their 7-game losing streak. Marte had a big game. Neil Walker hitless since returning, as he was banged up with the back injury for a couple of weeks. McCutchen with 2 homers in the series. Jones will clean up. Sanchez at first. Pedro Alvarez over at third. We showed you his numbers against Volstad. Barmas at short. Barajas the catcher. He probably saved the game defensively in the 9th yesterday. And Jeff Locke hitting 9th.
And let's check out how the Cubs take the field defensively today. Behind Chris Volstad, brought to you by Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball. 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. Alfonso Soriano in left. Joe Mather in center. Dave Sapelt over in right field today. Luis Valbuena getting a rare start against a left-handed pitcher. He'll be at third base. Starlin Castro, Darwin Barney make up the double play combo up the middle. Anthony Rizzo at first base today. Wellington Castillo behind the plate for right-hander Chris Volstad. I mentioned his last outing against Houston, he had to work hard in his 5 innings. He gave up 4 base hits, but he also walked 5 Astros hitters, but managed to pitch around that and give up only 1 earned run in his 5 innings of work.
Rob Drake gets the plate. Joe West, the crew chief, at first. Mike Machlinski at second, and Sam Holbrook over at third. And we're underway. A fastball in there for a strike on Marte.
What's wrong with that kid? Had the wrong jersey on. You notice the rest of the family's kind of trying to ignore him. So psychological issues get started later in life.
Yeah. Popped into center. Joe Mather on the move with the waist-high catch. You're going to like today's weather, partner. 79 degrees. More and more like fall, but we do have a summer breeze out of the southwest at just 3 miles an hour, technically blowing out here today.
Yeah, Seals and Croft reference. I like it.
Makes me feel fine.
Going through there. Is it Jasmine or chasms of my mind? I don't want
Jasmine, I think.
Okay. Some of us have huge chasms in our mind.
Switch hitting Neil Walker. And a fly out to Mather, who will make the grab for out number 2.
You mentioned the summer breeze blowing out here this afternoon. Batting practice was quite a spectacle here for both teams. Early Sunday morning BP with the wind blowing out at Wrigley, and guys were putting on a show.
McCutchen with 2 outs. Volstad facing the Pirates for the first time this year. 2-2 lifetime and 4 starts as a Marlin with a high ERA of almost 7.5. Although done a nice job individually against several of these Pirates hitters, including McCutchen, who's 2 for 11. Well, we don't know if the Pirates are going to make the playoffs. We don't know if they're going to finish with a winning record. But it certainly felt like yesterday's game was a season saver, at least for now. They had a 3-run lead in the 9th as McCutchen draws a 2-out walk. They had their closer on, trying to snap a 7-game losing streak. If they blow the lead and lose that game, Bob, it kind of felt like the final nail in the coffin. But they pull it out. The Cardinals lose, and now they're just 2 games right now out of the wild card.
Well, they've had some very fortunate turns of events while they have struggled. Fortunately for them, nobody has really gotten hot and run away and hid in that wild card race, so they're still right there. Now, that was one of those huge swing games yesterday. You gagged that one off with your closer on the mound after the way they've been playing over the last couple of weeks, and that might have been it.
I think you want to feel like your wins are aesthetically as pleasing as possible, but at this point in time of the season, I don't think Clint Hurdle cares how they look. They committed 2 errors yesterday. Closer gave up a couple of runs, but all that matters is the W.
Yeah, this time of year you can lose ugly, but there's no such thing as winning ugly. A win is a win is a win. You'll take them however you can get them.
Pitch off the corner, 2-0 on Jones. You can reach us via email, LennonBob@Tribune.com. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter as well. We put the link to Jeff Passan's blog piece on our Twitter page, so check it out. Olstad's pitch low and outside. So after getting 2 quick outs, he's in danger of walking 2 in a row. Seven consecutive pitches out of the strike zone. Borderline, but he got it. 3-1.
Sometimes that can be an issue early in the ball game. In this case, in the first inning of a ball game, it looked like Chris Volstad was really pitching McCutchen carefully. Didn't really care if he walked him. He was not going to make a mistake in the first inning and put his team in a hole right away, but then couldn't immediately get back into the strike zone in this at bat against Garrett Jones.
It's the swing and miss on the slider. Full count. McCutchen takes off on the 3-2, and there's a bouncer, and Darwin Barney throws late. That might be an error. It should be an error. Oh, a base hit. Wow. Well, as much as we'd love to see the streak continue for Darwin Barney, that looks like an error to me.
He made it a little bit tougher play than it had to be by trying to get in front right there. Kind of was caught in between whether to backhand it or take one more step and get in front of the ball. And as I said, kind of got caught in between right there.
Official scorer Alan Spear immediately called it a hit as McCutchen steals third. So the streak for now continues.
This could be a case of, we talk about occasionally a veteran hitter getting the benefit of the doubt on a borderline pitch. You've got a superior defender getting the benefit of the doubt from the official scorekeeper on a questionable ground ball.
Well, I think Darwin would say, yeah, that's a play I should make. But again, his job is just to try to pick up that ground or get the out. His job's not to make the official scoring decision. That's a strike 1 and 2. Gabby Sanchez looked very hitterish on Friday as he had a double and a single, hit the ball hard a couple of times. I was talking with one of the Cubs players the other day about a particular ground ball that looked to be a hit, was called an error on an opposing second baseman. And I said, usually what happens, even if it takes a tricky hop, if you get in front of the ball and it clangs off your glove, that's usually called an error by an official scorer. It's really hard to tell sometimes just how difficult a play like that can be. Remember the play he made against Ricky Weeks in Milwaukee? Really tricky hop. Ball was hit extremely hard, but it was right at Barney, and if it had kicked off the heel of his glove, it would have been an error, even though that's a more difficult play for him than some others. As Volstad strikes out Sanchez to end the inning. They strand 2, and the Cubs are coming up. Official soft drink of Major League Baseball, 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. Basically, this is the lineup Dale has gone with against lefties, with one exception. As you look at Mather in the lineup, Wellington Castillo, Dave Chappelle, Luis Valbuena in there at third. Jeff Locke has struggled against lefties, and Dale also talked about Valbuena's glove with the sinker baller Volstad on the mound.
And here's how the Pirates will line it up defensively this afternoon. Starling Marte, Andrew McCutchen, and Garrett Jones left to right across the outfield. Pedro Alvarez and Clint Barmas on the left side of the infield. Neil Walker and Gabby Sanchez on the right side. Rod Barajas, the veteran catcher, once again behind the plate for left-hander Jeff Locke. 2 starts, 2 relief appearances in the major leagues this year for Jeff Locke. I mentioned in his 15 1/3, only 1 base on balls against 13 strikeouts. He's been a strike throwing machine in his 4 appearances.
Ball 1 on Mather. The Cubs are all of a sudden facing a bunch of lefties after a long stretch in which they only saw 1 left-handed starter over a 3-week period. This is the 5th lefty they've faced over their last 6 games, and the 8th in their last 15.
And Locke features a fastball that'll approach the low 90s, has a good curve, good straight changeup.
Like the changeup right there. 1-2 to Mather. Locke is from North Conway, New Hampshire. Acquired from Atlanta in June of 2009 in the Nate McLouth deal. That's high. 2-2. Shallow left center. Marte for the out. Here comes Darwin Barney with a career best 10-game hitting streak. I got to mention this right off the top here, Bob, because you're involved. I got a tweet from Jeremy Shermack. Said, Len, my mom, Deb Shermack of St. Joseph, Michigan, is celebrating her 60th birthday at Wrigley Field today. And he mentioned appreciated, and he added she also has a crush on Bob.
Can you blame her? She's only human.
So happy birthday, Deb.
She's got a great day for it here at Wrigley Field.
1-1 on Barney. A couple of bounces. Neil Walker will throw out Barney. Rizzo, 2 outs, nobody on. Two for 5 with an RBI yesterday. Trying to finish the season at 300 or better. Coming in at 294. Batting average has certainly taken a beating over the last 10 years or so, with much more emphasis put on base percentage and slugging. As Jeff Passan points out on the blog today, quote, batting average, home runs, and RBIs are your grandfather's statistics, your father's statistics, your statistics, and your children's statistics. Even though we're in the throes of a statistical revolution, during which a pocket protected taught us why batting average and RBIs are the most overrated numbers in the game and don't deserve mention in the holy trinity of baseball stats. They're so ingrained that replacing them never will happen. And I would agree with that. Just kind of get used to seeing that stat line. And Jeff's piece started with a conversation he and his dad had while watching a baseball game on TV a couple of weeks ago. As Rizzo drills that one out toward the alley. Marte has it glance off his glove as he laid out, but could not make the catch, and Rizzo has a double. Good effort by Marte. That was a rocket.
I watched Anthony Rizzo take his batting practice today, and the last 2 rounds, this is exactly what he was concentrating on, letting the ball get deep into the zone and driving it to the opposite field. This one splitting the gap in left center. As you said, great effort by Marte, making the diving attempt just shy of the warning track in left center, but can't quite get there.
Soriano on the precipice of a couple of big numbers in terms of homers and RBIs. 29 homers, 99 knocked in. I think, Bob, the simplicity of if you hit 300, you're good. If you hit 30 home runs, you're good. If you knock in 100, you're good. That just a quick glance at a guy's stat line. I think most people just look at that, go, that's been a good year. And you delve into the on-base percentage, could be a lot higher for a guy like Soriano. And sometimes you just look at 30 and 100 and you say that's a good hitter. And I get it.
And rarely will you be wrong. There may be somebody who's better in other statistical areas, and the overall package may be better than a guy that hit 30 and 100, but not too many guys that go 30, 100, 300 are bad players. They're going to help your team win a lot of ball games. They're going to be ranked among the league leaders in those categories, but as we've discovered throughout this season, there are other ways to measure ball players that take into consideration a lot more factors and may be a better way to evaluate a player than just average homers and ribbies.
Barmes can't get it. There's RBI number 100 for Soriano. All this happening after 2 were out, and the Cubs lead 1-0.
Sure looks nice on the back of a baseball card. 3 digits after the RBI column. There's top spin grounder up the middle of the field, just out of the range of the diving Clint Barmes.
He could win the National League RBI title. He came in 3 behind Chase Headley of the Padres. It's the 3rd time in his career he's knocked in 100. And he should be able to easily pass his previous career high of 104 with Texas in 2005. First Cubs since, what was it, Derek Lee in 09 to knock in 100. Swing and a miss on a changeup by Castro. Well, RBIs are a function of opportunity. Really means your teammates are getting on before you, and that you're coming through with runners on base. You've got a homemade megaphone there for Matt Garza. Are those binoculars? Oh, they're binoculars. Okay. Does that really help?
Way too much time on his hands.
All-time RBI leaders: Hank Aaron, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Barry Bonds, and Ty Cobb. 4 of the 5 are in the Hall of Fame. Remains to be seen what Barry Bonds' fate is in that regard, but 5 of the best hitters who ever lived. Swing and a miss. Castro strikes out, and the inning is over. But Soriano gets to 100 ribbies for the first time as a Cub, and they lead 1-0.
Country on WGN America know that during every Cubs home game this season, if you go to channel 780 or high def channel 1780, you can see a special multi-view presentation that shows you all of our different live camera angles right here at Wrigley Field. It's pretty cool. So if you want to direct the game along with Skip Ellison, give a look to AT&T UVerse channel 780 or high def channel 1780.
One strike on Pedro Alvarez. I don't know if any of his teammates went up to him and asked him for the key to hitting Volstead or not. 5 for 7 with a home run. Easy chance for Barney this time. Be hard pressed to say anything other than, oh my goodness, at the year Hack Wilson had when he knocked in 191.
It's like 2 good years, 2 really good years. Man, that tells you he had some teammates hitting in front of him in the lineup that were getting on base a bunch, and he was taking full advantage of it.
A strike on Clint Barmas, who went deep yesterday.
And then talking about batting average, home runs, and RBIs today, the more traditional measures of a player in the history of this game. And all you need to know to tell that batting average is not a complete stat is that we categorize guys as hitting a soft 300. Other guys hit a hard 270. Just meaning you can get your hits. Cueing balls off the end of the bat, 99 hop ground balls that get through an infield, little bloopers that fall just in front of the outfielders. And you can make outs hitting rocket line drives all over the field. So that's why sometimes we'll have that qualifier. He's hitting a hard 270.
That ball was hit hard by Barmas into left for a 1-out single. Don't miss the action as the Cubs host the Cardinals this upcoming Friday afternoon at Wrigley Field. Game time is 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. First 10,000 adults 21 and older get a Cubs t-shirt, compliments of Budweiser. For more info and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. It's a cool shirt. I'd like to get my hands on one of those.
I know somebody. I'll take care of it.
I appreciate it. I guess the other thing for me is when the batting average is high, when you're hitting a lot of home runs, when you're driving a lot of runs in, it's easy to say that guy's a good hitter. I think where it's maybe more instructive to be a little leery of those numbers is when it's the other way around. You know, Adam Dunn, low batting average, very productive hitter. There were a couple of years where Barry Bonds was just, I mean, had one of the greatest seasons in the history of baseball. Didn't drive in a lot of guys because nobody let him on the other team. They just send him down to first base. There were a couple of years, I think Paul Molitor had at least one year in which he had under 10 homers but over 100 RBIs. Pretty productive season, even though he didn't hit the ball out of the ballpark that much.
And just to illustrate your point about Barry Bonds, on this day in baseball history in 2002, he walked 3 times, breaking his own record for base on balls in the season. He was up to 178 base on balls at this point of the season.
Deep to left, And it will go. A line shot homer for Rod Barajas. That's his 10th. Came in hitting 197, and he just gave the Pirates the lead. Well, not a ton of offensive value for Barajas. His defense was on display in the ninth yesterday, but he's got some pop.
That's been his calling card throughout his career. Strong arm, solid defensive catcher that will occasionally lean into one, and this time a rocket line drive just inside that foul pole for a 2-run homer.
Gives Locke an early lead.
Just to finish that thought about Barry Bonds drawing his 178th walk of the season on this date in baseball history back in '02. 60 of those were intentional.
Locke grounds out, 2 away. Let's take a look at today's Illinois Lottery Anything's Possible players. Sammy Sosa hit his 50th home run on this date 12 years ago. It was his 3rd consecutive season of at least 50. And what a career. 609 home runs. The Anything's Possible player brought to you by the Illinois Lottery, who each day make anything possible. Valbuena in at third, and the 1-0 to Marte is a called strike. Sinker hit on the ground into center. 2-out single. The field is this way. Hello.
And he's off.
Not interested.
It's a lot more fun than watching a ball game. Moon crawling.
Go to first. Marte back in. Hands first. How about the Astros have won 2 of the first 3 against the Phillies. Game 4 today. Dallas Keuchel with a good start last night. Phillies slowed down a little bit after that hot stretch, losing 2 of the last 3. Missed opportunity with the Cardinals losing. Dodgers beat them 4-3. Now the Braves would be in as a wild card. The Dodgers and St. Louis are tied. The AL wild card teams would be the A's and the Orioles.
Well, the A's trailing the Rangers by only 2 games for the division in the American League West, and I believe they have 7 games head to head the rest of the way, so that could really swing one direction or the other in a hurry.
It's closest the A's have been to first since mid-April. Marte runs, and Castillo couldn't get a handle on the ball. That'll be a steal for Marte. Second stolen base for the Pirates here early on. A team that runs a whole lot.
Marte had been 5 out of 7 before this attempt. Picked a good pitch to run on. Appeared to be a breaking ball down and into Walker, and Castillo, in his haste to try to get the ball into his throwing hand and fire from his knees, just couldn't come up with it.
Pirates are dead last in the National League. It's only their 61st stolen base. 2-2.
A rare treat for the Pirates to get to stay over a Sunday night in Chicago.
Just thinking about that. Yeah, I think the Reds have an off day here tomorrow. Off the plate inside. Don't know if they're staying at the same hotel in Chicago. Every once in a while we have overlapped trips where we go into a town where another visiting team is playing the home team. Top of the second here in a 3-2 inside. Olstad has walked a couple. He's got to face McCutchen.
Yeah, it's not always the fact that you walk a hitter. It's when do you walk him and who is the next hitter. And boy, you hate to put anybody on base ahead of Andrew McCutchen, a legitimate MVP candidate in the National League this year. Cubs have managed to keep him pretty quiet over the last couple of series, but not something you want to make a habit of, putting runners on base ahead of Andrew McCutchen.
Good pitch.
Yeah, a serious tight zone by Rob Drake behind the plate so far today.
Ripped into left. Marte's going to score. And a quick bat of Andrew McCutchen. He lines it into left for his 88th RBI. 3-1. Well, Chris has done a nice job here lately of avoiding innings like this. This is what we saw a lot early in the year. Just the inability to make a big pitch with runners on base.
Well, after falling behind with what appeared to be strike one, he tries to come back with a slider in the strike zone, and McCutchen was all over it. Fortunately, he didn't get some air underneath that ball as hard as he hit it.
Chris Bosio out to talk it over. And while we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Three spot for the Pirates here in the second. 2 on a homer by number 8 hitter Rod Barajas. They get a 2-out run on a McCutchen single. And it's Garrett Jones with runners at first and second. The most dangerous of throws for a catcher just because it's the longest out the second.
And very important that the center fielder reads the catcher as he's coming up out of the crouch. You think he's going to throw that ball to second base. Joe Mather's got to come running straight in on a dead sprint to back up that play because Darwin Barney can't get there.
Off the end of the bat, Soriano back, now in. And the Pirates done in the second, but a good haul for them. They get 3 and take a 2-run lead.
catcher's mask. That's Ray Schock on your left right there. There was a time, believe it or not, catchers did not wear a mask. What are you thinking about? Gradually evolved to somewhat of a bird cage, and then the upper right there you see kind of what we now call the old school mask with the throat extension, and then at the bottom the hockey style mask that is very popular now among younger players. Wish they'd have told me about the mask. Xfinity Home offers state-of-the-art features that help you stay connected to your home and family anytime and anywhere. See, now that's what we would call an old school mask now, because you wear the protective helmet underneath. And the catcher's, or rather the goalie style mask, just kind of combines everything into one convenient unit.
Three to one, the Pirates have the lead.
Catcher's masks have gotten a lot lighter, even the old school ones like you see Rod Barajas wearing today. If I'm not mistaken, the cage of that mask is made out of titanium. Very light, but yet very, very strong.
One and two on Castillo. Gets drilled by a fastball. Ouch. Always the catchers, right?
Just another bruise to add to the collection. Cut fastball inside, just continue to run in there. Clipped Castillo on the outside of the left thigh. He got big, strong legs, should be able to withstand that. Easy for me to say.
Now Sapelt, who's been hot here lately, made the last out of the game on a strikeout against Joel Hanrahan with a tying run at third, go ahead and winning run at second. And he gets a hold of one out in the left. Marte on the warning track is going to have room.
It looked good off the bat with a little bit of wind blowing out here. Wrigley today thought that one might have a chance to sneak up into the basket down the left field line, but Marte with just enough room in the middle of the warning track to make the play. Yeah, Dave Sapelt does not get cheated, especially on pitches up in the zone. He gets his rips. Just a little short that time.
Now Luis Valbuena, one of two lefties in the lineup. Jeff Locke hasn't been in the big leagues that long, but his numbers would tell you to definitely get some lefties in there. They have fared better than righties.
As a general rule, when you see those kind of splits, it tells you that this particular left-handed pitcher's changeup is better than his breaking ball. More likely to use the fastball curveball combination against left-handed hitters, more likely to use the fastball changeup combo to the right-handed hitters, and as we mentioned at the top of the show, he's got a real good straight changeup.
It was a good play by Castillo to wait. Barajas, a nice block in the ninth yesterday, and then the fastball that was almost over the head of Dave Sapelt. If Barajas doesn't catch that, the Cubs tie the game. Two and one.
Those are pretty drastic splits too. Generally you see almost exactly the opposite against the left-handed pitcher. Lefties normally struggle against lefties, but not the case with Locke.
24-year-old lefty coming back, missed the outside corner. Valbuena And a 3-1 count with a pitcher on deck. Bach made his debut last year in September. This is just his 7th major league start without a win, 0-4. He anchored an Indianapolis stat that led the International League in ERA. 24 starts at AAA this season, a 2.48 ERA. Dave McKay didn't have to move at all. Well, who's been nice to me? A young Neil Walker fan ends up with that souvenir.
I'm going to have to get more specific with Dave. Give it to a kid, but give it to a Cub kid. Somebody really into the spirit of things.
Arr. Foul tip, strike 3. Now Volstad with 2 outs. You mentioned, and on this date, we also had the Sammy Sosa 50th homer on this date 12 years ago. Today's also the 37th anniversary of the Pirates' largest margin of victory ever. Were you here? 1975, September 16th, when Rennie Stennett went 7 for 7, and the Pirates beat the Cubs 22-0. Pirates had 23 hits. The Cubs had 3 in that game. Volstad with a single into center. Castillo will stop at second. 2 on, 2 down for Mather.
Chris Volstad picking on a breaking pitch, 78-mile-per-hour curveball out over the plate, finds that hole back up the middle of the field. Really important here that Wellington Castillo works for a maximum secondary lead out there at second base with 2 outs in the inning. Pretty good arms in left and center for the Pirates. We've seen Marte. He's got a cannon out there in left field. McCutchen very, very good in center field. Garrett Jones can spray it around a little bit from right, but especially on a ball hit to center or left, you're going to have to get on your horse to score from second base.
Slowly hit roller. Barnes will get Mather to end the inning. Cubs strand 2. After 2, it's 3-1 Pirates.
WGN TV is brought to you by Bud Light Lime-A-Rita, the ready-to-drink margarita with a refreshing twist of Bud Light Lime.
3-1, the Pirates have the lead as they'll bat in the third inning. Game 4 tomorrow night. Then the Reds and Cardinals come in for 3-game series. A couple more on this date notes for you. 2004, Ramos Ramirez of the Cubs with a 3-homer game against Cincinnati. I got to mention this one, Bob. 3 years ago on this date, Ernie Harwell gave a very touching farewell speech between innings at Comerica Park. Game between the Royals and the Tigers after being diagnosed with incurable bile duct cancer. Ernie passed away on May 4th of the following year. The all-time greats. Gabby Sanchez. Ball 1.
And one more of this day in baseball history with a Cubs connection. He wasn't a Cub at the time, but he is now. Alfonso Soriano stole a base against the Brewers in the first inning to give him 40 steals on the season to go along with his 40 homers. Only the 4th player in baseball history to go 40-40 in a single season. He joined Jose Canseco, Barry Bonds, and Alex Rodriguez as the only player to go 40-40. Now that's a good year statistically. Combination of skills that takes to be strong enough to hit the ball out of the ballpark, but yet quick enough and fast enough to be able to steal 40 bases. Rare group.
Well, that 06 season was the year for Alfonso, no doubt. And he turned that into an 8-year contract with the Cubs. Considering his age, not too many guys who've had years like his. When he hits number 30, he will become the 5th Cub, age 36 or older, to hit 30 and drive in 100. Hank Sauer did it at 37. Andre Dawson at age 36. Fred McGriff at 38. Moises Alou at 37. Alvarez to Barney. Stay tuned for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Captain Morgan. Raise your glass, always in moderation, to life, love, and loot. One of the best closers of all time, Lee Smith, will conduct the stretch. Cubs all-time leader with 180 saves, Lee Smith.
Well, it was a sight that Cub fans grew to love and visiting teams really grew to hate. When Big Lee Arthur would make his way out of the Cubs dugout on the third base side of the field in the 8th inning and slowly walk down to the bullpen. Yeah, get there when the time is right. He's always on his own schedule, but man, things picked up speed when he got out there on the mound.
Son Clint Barmas heating up. We mentioned the homer yesterday, 2 for 2 today. Was Lee a guy who took a nap?
Yeah, I believe
nap
he
in a
did.
shower before in the clubhouse during the game before he'd head out to the bullpen. I know that's your pregame routine here with us. Time now to look at our AT&T UVerse replay. That's a game saver yesterday. We mentioned it at the time. How difficult a play is that for a catcher? I mean, you know it's a fastball, but you're not expecting it to be almost over the head of the hitter. And remember, Hanrahan's a guy who throws 97 miles an hour in the 9th inning yesterday.
That's not easy, especially when you get a batter involved. You could clearly see Dave Chappelle ducking underneath of that fastball, and at one point you lose sight of the pitch. I mean, you're tracking it right out of the pitcher's hand, but at some point when that batter gets involved, you lose sight of it ever so slightly. But Barajas had his glove in the right spot, was able to go from giving that low target for the fastball to catching that high wild one, keep it from going to the bricks. Could have possibly saved the game for the Pirates yesterday.
See what's possible with AT&T UVerse high-speed internet. AT&T, rethink possible.
Well, that play makes my left shoulder hurt. I think every catcher from receiving pitches just like that one, that puts your left shoulder in such a vulnerable position. I think every catcher has some damage in their left shoulder. Not so much their throwing side, but that receiving side, when you have to track down those wild ones like that, does not feel good.
We'll see if Barajas has the green light. The pitcher's on deck. Barajas homered in the second inning. Like he was geared up, but did not get the pitch that he wanted as he takes Wallstedt's third walk. It's safe to say how a batter takes a pitch on 3-0 would lead you to make that conclusion. It looked like he wasn't going to give up on that pitch.
Yeah, some guys will immediately come out of their batting stance and just kind of stand straight up and watch the pitch go by, but Barajas was ready to hit.
Wallstedt throws out Locke. They strand 2 for the third straight inning, but they lead 3-1.
Now for your chance to win an authentic game-worn jersey from the Cubs. And be sure to go to Cubs.com/authentics for more authentic Cubs memorabilia.
Pirates have won 7 of their last 8 series here at Wrigley Field. They've split the first 2 with the Cubs in this series, leading 3-1 today with Game 4 to follow tomorrow night. They're trying to win on consecutive days on the road for the first time since July 31st and August 1st here at Wrigley Field. Barney, Rizzo, and Soriano.
Hey, Lynn, guess where Pedro Alvarez is playing?
Even with the bag.
Even with the bag,
Yep.
taking away the bunt. Never ceases to amaze me. You just assume because the guy is not real tall, he plays a middle infield position, he must be fast and he must bunt. Now retreating into a more normal defensive position.
Three and 0 on Barney. Locke hasn't walked a hitter through 2, but he did hit Castillo to start the second. And there's a strike. Clint Hurdle announced before the game that James McDonald will be replaced in the Pirates rotation by right-hander Kyle McPherson. He'll start Wednesday versus Milwaukee, and McDonald will be available in the bullpen starting Tuesday. McDonald was fantastic in the first half, has really struggled in the second. Still 3-2 on Barney.
Well, that's a move that's not nearly as risky at this time of year because you have such a complement of pitchers available. Even if McPherson goes into the rotation and you have to shorten him up for a start or two, you got plenty of reinforcements available out of the pen.
Ball 4, a leadoff walk. Comes Rizzo, who doubled and scored in the opening inning.
Walk number 30 on the season for Darwin Barney. There was a time I didn't know if he was going to get to 30 this season. Always has been very much a free swinger, but takes a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the third.
Bounce to first, fair ball. Throw goes to second, and Rizzo didn't run. Only got about 5 feet out of the box. That's a double play. Yeah, Barney stayed at second. He thought Sanchez had stepped on first, but he did not. I think Anthony thought it was foul. A little slip out of the box. Well, my first thought was Sanchez made a mistake by not stepping on first, but it turned out to be the right play.
That's where it helps to know that position. The ball got to him quickly. He knew he had time if he made a good throw to second base to get right back on the bag and take the return throw. Maybe on a slowly hit ball you step on the bag at first and try to get Barney caught up in a run down, but that ball was hit pretty hard. Sanchez knew he had time to turn the 3-6-3. Got the 100th RBI in his first at bat of the ball game. Might as well go ahead and get the 30th homer out of the way too.
Two and one. Diving catch by Pedro Alvarez. And that'll end the inning. Ball hit hard by Soriano, but for an out. 3-1 Pirates.
With Dale Swaim, log on to WGNTV.com right now and click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner to connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you're watching at home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more.
(3-1) Pittsburgh. (1-1) to Marte. Hanging slider, but he wasn't looking for that pitch in that spot. 1-2. That was a bad slider, but 1-2. He's trying to protect, and he swung at a pitch in the dirt for strike 3. Let's take a look at our upcoming Cubs schedule. This is it. Season ends on October 3rd. One road trip at Colorado and Arizona, and the Cubs still winless on the road against the National League West. Hopefully that'll change next week. Ford, manufacturers of more fuel-efficient vehicles than any other brand. Check them out at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. Neil Walker with his first hit in a while. First hit of the month. Snaps an 0 for 16. Yesterday his first start since August 26th. Dealing with low back tightness, and the Pirates seem to miss him. They went 4-12 in the 16 games in which he did not start. Just going back to that Marte at bat. He gets a slider up in the zone right in the middle of the plate on a 1-1 pitch that he looks at, and he swings at one in the dirt because there were 2 strikes on him. The count makes a whole lot of difference.
Sure does.
There's a reason pitching coaches throughout the history of this game and until the end of time will promote the idea of getting ahead in the count.
Which is why so many hitters are willing to go to the plate and swing at the first pitch, because pitching coaches have told their pitchers, get ahead in the count. Well, if you're going to throw me strike one, I'm going to be ready to hit it. I always found it kind of interesting, Len, and you could argue this back and forth forever. Should you swing at a first pitch? Should you take pitches? Cubs are trying to get to a point where they're a little more patient in their at-bats, try to work some deeper counts. Nobody ever complains about a guy first pitch swinging when he hits a rocket somewhere and gets on base. Only when you make an out, then it's a bad idea.
I think the best kind of line I've heard in that regard is James Rowson, the Cubs' new hitting coach, who has espoused, especially to his shortstop, Starlin Castro, attack the zone, not the ball. And as Dale would put it, he wants his guys to be aggressive passive, not passive aggressive. We're not talking about their personalities, but about what they do at the plate. Walker on his way to third. They've got a shot at him. He is out. What a throw by Castro. Nick Leiva's going to argue here, but Neil Walker kind of took it for granted that he would make it all the way to third, and Castro's throw allowed Valbuena just to catch it and tag him all in one motion.
That throw was right where it had to be to get the out at third base. Yeah, Walker very tentative going around second, as you see Sepelt with a strong throw back into Castro, who got rid of it quickly.
He's out.
Yeah, catch and tag. It appeared he got him on the shoulder before the hand got on the base. Yep, he's out. Well, I can't tell you what a great relay that was by Starlin Castro. Many times that cutoff man will waste time. Starlin gets his feet in position so that as soon as he receives the ball, he's ready to throw to third base, put it right on the money. Can't do it any better than that.
Well, Clint Hurdle talking with the third base umpire, I think after looking at the replay, may talk to his second baseman about what we've discussed so often, and that is looking over your shoulder while you're rounding second.
Such a horrible habit, and we've seen it repeatedly with several of the Cubs and a lot of the visiting players and opposing players all season long. It's just I don't know where it started, how it has developed, but it's a disease in the game right now. Base runners looking back over their shoulder into the outfield.
Instead of first and third, one out, runner at first, 2 outs.
Spelled had to go quite a ways to his right to get to that ball. Right there, Walker's not sure. He's not sure. Looked over his shoulder. Didn't exactly accelerate into that slide at third base, and the Cubs, with a perfect relay, gunned him down.
Touch and fake towards second as Jones fouls it off.
Well, for a team that doesn't steal a lot of bases with an 0-2 count, a pitch out wouldn't be the worst thing that could happen right here for the Cubs. Even if McCutchen's not running, it sends a message to Clint Hurdle that we will pitch out in obvious running situations, so you better pick your spots carefully. Instead, another pick over to first. McCutchen back easily.
There he goes, and I think Jones struck out. Oh, he didn't. They appealed down to third, and Sam Holbrook said he didn't swing at that pitch in the dirt. So McCutchen will get a steal, his second of the game.
We'll get a side look at the swing.
Yeah, I think he did.
I think he did too. But with the throw to second base, the play at second base, you don't appeal down to the third base umpire until well after the pitch was over. Not quite so sure Sam Holbrook remembers what happened on that check swing. The whistle down to get his attention for the appeal, and he immediately flashed the safe sign.
Line to left. Right at Soriano for the final out. 2 hits, 1 left. Still 3-1 Pirates.
Chicagoland Walgreens and look for the keyword at the Pepsi Max display. Then mail in the keyword to WGN and you could be having dinner with Matt Garza. From Pepsi Max, Walgreens, and WGN.
Pirates leading 3-1. Castro will lead off for the Cubs here in the 4th inning. First pitch swinging. Jones playing deep out there and right. Easy play for the out. Tickets are available for the remainder of the 2012 Cubs season, including the rest of this homestand. Reds come in Tuesday. The Cardinals on Friday here at Wrigley Field. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Going back to the first pitch, you take pitches, whatever. Nobody's going to complain about a first pitch hit. But when you are the leadoff man in an inning and you make an out on one pitch, it does, I think, put a little extra pressure on the guys behind you to work the count just a little bit. You never want to see a pitcher have a 4-pitch 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, especially the number 2 hitter, in this case Wellington Castillo. He did take the first pitch for a called strike and then fouls off the second delivery. But if Welly goes up there and makes out on the first pitch, now it's incumbent upon Dave Chappelle to probably take until he gets 2 strikes in his at bat. And needless to say, no hitter wants to be put in that situation. Now with runners in scoring position, all bets are off. If that first pitch is in a zone where you think you can drive in that runner in scoring position, then absolutely go after that first pitch, even if the guy ahead of you is made out on 1 pitch. If runners in scoring position, all the rules change. Those unwritten rules.
Locks 0-2. Barmes bobbles and Castillo safe. And that's an error on Barmes. Okay. Well.
Yeah, just like the Darwin Barney play, I'm sure Barmes will tell you he should have made that play. Just hit him in the thumb of the glove and ricocheted off.
My issue's not that it was an error, but whatever.
Called home cooking. I mean, there's been that argument forever. Players, when they go on the road, they expect to have calls go against them in favor of the home team. I don't know if there will ever be any way to statistically confirm or deny that, but you always feel like you get hosed by the scorekeeper on the road, so you need to get the ones that are questionable at home to make up for it. I got a topper for you, partner. Playing in Albuquerque, New Mexico in the Pacific Coast League back in 1980. Albuquerque, the Dodgers farm club at the time, they just had a dynamite pitching staff there. Their team ERA was just ridiculous, especially for the Pacific Coast League, a notorious hitters league. And one of the players on our team hit a ground ball down the third baseline. Third baseman playing at normal depth. The ball hit the base and went over his head into shallow left field, and they hung an error on the third baseman.
What?
He never touched the ball. But the home scorekeeper at that time was bound, determined to keep the Albuquerque Dukes team ERA down so they could win the Pacific Coast League ERA title. Third baseman got an error when the ball hit the base.
That's just wrong.
That's just wrong.
To Sapelt rather, and he skies one foul. Right field side out of play. Reds trying to avoid a sweep at Miami, leading 4-3 as they go to the 8th. Roy Halladay on the mound for the Phillies. They're trying to earn a 2-2 split in Houston. 4-2 Philadelphia. In the bottom of the 6th, former Cub Scott Morris hit his 8th home run. Milwaukee leading again 3-0 midway in the 7th over the Mets. Ryan Braun's hit 2 today. He has 40 on the year. Aramis Ramirez with number 24. Popped up by Sapelt. Sanchez makes a grab. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. For Ryan Braun, homers number 200 and 201 in his major league career. .339 for Aramis. You know who I think might be the NL MVP, but I just don't know if people will vote for him. Ryan Braun leads the league in OPS. Mentioned 2 homers. He now has 40 on the year. I suppose it's possible that UPS may be a bigger factor than OPS, right?
You're right, yeah. And that gets back to the old argument about is the most valuable player in the league just almost like a man on an island. Just regardless of what team he's on, the numbers he's amassed say he's the most valuable player.
Brewers are still in the race. Andrew McCutchen, one of those MVP candidates. Pirates trying to grab a wild card as well. 3-1 they lead. IC. But a great weekend weather-wise. Start this 10-game homestand. Chris Volstad back to work. 3-run second for the Pirates. And they have that 3-1 lead. As we continue on with Stats Sunday, kind of the ultimate for an offensive player in a particular year is the Triple Crown. You lead the league in average, homers, and RBIs. You see the last American League hitter to do it, Carl Yastrzemski. Just a ton of Hall of Famers on that list. I think they all are. You look at the National League, and it's been since 1937. Joe Medwick led the league in all 3 categories.
Seems kind of odd for something that's so unusual and happens so infrequently in the American League. It happened back-to-back years with Frank Robinson and Carl Yastrzemski in '66 and '67, and back-to-back years back in the 30s.
Now, currently in the American League, Josh Hamilton leading the league in homers and RBIs. not in the top 10 in batting average. Miguel Cabrera second in RBIs, fifth in homers, second in average. Let's see, National League. Ryan Braun, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth in average, first in homers, and went into today second in RBIs. There's Alberto Cabrera. We saw him work 2 innings yesterday, gave up a run.
What would be the triple crown of futility? Strikeouts, grounding into double plays, and runners left on base, or something like that?
That's a good one. Well, batting average and strikeouts would make sense. Lowest batting average, most strikeouts. Yeah, double plays. I like it. Leadoff single for Gabby Sanchez.
Hey fans, next Sunday, September 23rd is Kerry Wood Day, presented by Advocate Healthcare. Watch the Cubs battle the Cards at 1:20 and help celebrate one of Cub fans' favorite players. The first 20,000 fans will receive a Kerry Wood commemorative photo montage, compliments of Advocate Healthcare. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Now, the pitching equivalent of the offensive Triple Crown: wins, ERA, and strikeouts. And guess what? Last year, Justin Verlander led the American League. He had the Triple Crown, the pitcher's Triple Crown. Clayton Kershaw won it in the National League. So you had 2 pitchers do it last year.
Timeout. Ball in the field. Cabrera warming up down the left field line. One got loose and rolled all the way over to the left side of the infield.
Speaking of Clayton Kershaw, he was scratched from his start against the Cardinals today with a hip injury. It's not good news for the Dodgers. Alvarez powders one to deep left, and that baby's going to go almost onto Waveland. Opposite field for Alvarez is 28. That ball was hit a long way to the opposite field.
Well, you rarely see no doubters the opposite way, but that was a no doubter. Take a look at our Nissan drive of the game. Fastball up and out over the plate, maybe out of the strike zone away from Alvarez, which allows him to get full extension, and absolutely murdered that ball out onto Waveland Avenue. Get to your Nissan dealer for special offers. Nissan, innovation that excites. Visit ChooseNissan.com.
Well, we mentioned Alvarez 5 for 7 against Volstad going in. Now 6 for 10 with 2 homers. His 28th of the year. Came in tied with Chase Headley for the National League lead in homers by a third baseman. You're not going to do it?
Headley.
Thank you.
Can't have too much more fun with Chase Headley. He is earning some respect this year. Man, he is getting after it. Having himself a really nice season.
Pirates with a National League leading 96 homers on the road. Swung on and missed. And Barmes.
Headley's in a heated battle with Ryan Braun for the National League RBI title. Had a 1-run driven in lead going into play today, but you mentioned Ryan Braun.
2 homers.
Had 2 homers today.
He's got RBI wise. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 RBIs for Braun. Soriano now with 100. Pretty good battle. Well, if the season ended today, the suspended Melky Cabrera would win the batting title in the National League at 346.
I don't think there's any way Major League Baseball can allow that to happen. I think once a player's on the suspended list, you're suspended from everything, including any postseason awards based on what you did up until the suspension.
I guess the only issue I would have with that is winning the batting title in award. I mean, it's just a stat, and he has enough at bats to qualify. That's a tricky one. And I can understand, you know, you wouldn't give him an MVP award or something, but I don't know if you start erasing numbers and things like that. It's really, really difficult.
Tainted. It's tainted.
Now, what if the Braun test had not been overturned on the MVP last year? Throw it out.
Obviously, there has to be some kind of a precedent set. Major League Baseball is going to have to come up with some kind of rules regarding that, unfortunately. I mean, to this day, Mike Greenwell from the Boston Red Sox feels like he got cheated out of an American League MVP award by Jose Canseco.
Right.
Canseco admittedly using performance-enhancing drugs during that season.
Barajas on for the third time. Frank Thomas. Jason Giambi won the MVP, right?
Yep.
Locke bunts foul. You got to be a little proud of me, partner. I mean, this is the second consecutive Sunday during which we've watched Jeff Locke pitch, and not once have I asked you about the keys to beating him.
And I thank you for that.
Well, I know you've been waiting for it, but I'm not going to do it.
I told you what I thought with Jason Birkin yesterday. I thought sure we were going to hear something about Birkin stock at some point, but I had to bring it up.
Yes. Wallstead will, in fact, fire to first, so that worked out like a bunt. And though he will not get a sacrifice.
It reaches a point where in an obvious sacrifice situation, it's going to be nearly impossible to get that bunt down and move the runner to second base, especially a slow runner like Rod Barajas. So that time Locke pulled the bat back, just tapped it into play on the left side.
Alberto Cabrera in for Volstead. 5-1 Pittsburgh.
grand slam during the 6th inning. Ron Jeka of Chicago will win a Mazda CX-5. Go to WGNTV.com/contest to enter for a chance to win a Mazda CX-5 in various games on WGN TV. Must be 18 to enter. Brought to you by your local Chicagoland area Mazda dealers.
Swing and a miss. Starling Marte. Alberto Cabrera. We'll just get the try to get at least a final out of this inning, and then Dale will use a pinch hitter in the bottom of the inning. We mentioned 2 innings yesterday from the young right-hander. Slider in the dirt. Well, it took a couple of days, but Bobby Valentine trying to clarify his interesting comments about the Red Sox September roster being the weakest they've had in the history of baseball, something to that effect. Well, said it wasn't meant to be a criticism of any players or anything in the organization. It's a statement of fact because of the injuries and our AAA team in the playoffs. This is different. We have less people than most September rosters, less positions filled than any September roster I've ever seen. Anybody who thought that to be anything other than a statement of what it was, stand corrected on that.
But that's not what you said.
Base hit for Marte. Barajas is going to score, and it's 6-1. Yeah, that's a tough one to get out of. Say this is the weakest roster we've ever had in September in the history of baseball. Tough to backtrack.
Middle of the plate sinker that time to Marte, showing a quick bat, driving it past Luis Valbuena into left field, and Rod Barajas lumbers home with the 6th run of the game for the Pirates.
Red Sox were shut out today by the Blue Jays 5-0. Blue Jays avoid the sweep. The young Boog Powell.
Child looks mildly suspicious for some reason.
Strike on Neil Walker.
Be careful on that first pitch sinker. Jeez. Surprised in the least to see Marte on the move over there at first base, even for a team that does not run much. When you get a 5-run lead in a ball game in the middle portion of the game, that's when you really push your pedal to the floor, maybe do some things that you wouldn't normally do because you have a little bit of a cushion to work with.
Marte goes. Throw by Castillo, gets into center. Be a steal and an error. So the Pirates with 4 steals. That error charged to Castillo.
tough one there. Possibly with a pick of that short hop throw, you make it a close play at second base. There's a real fine line as a middle infielder when do you concede the stolen base and step up and block that low throw to make sure it doesn't get through, and when do you stay back on the bag and try to pick it and tag, and that time Castro could do neither one.
One and two. Cabrera's only thrown one fastball in the entire inning. As he gets Walker on a slider. Sorry, something I ate as a small child came back to get me there. 3 runs for the Pirates at 6-1. Budweiser to see how you can help support our nation's soldiers and veterans. Petty Officer Bradley Atkinson proposing to his girlfriend today. He serves aboard the USS Reuben James in Pearl Harbor. It looks like she said yes.
All right.
Congratulations. Josh Vitters hitting in the pitcher's spot. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tapped foul, picked up by third base coach Pat Listash. Chopper lock, can't get it. Barehanded play by Alvarez. Nicely done.
Pretty nice play by Pedro Alvarez. The pitcher got in the way a little bit there coming off the mound to his right, but Alvarez stays focused on the ball. Nice barehanded play and throw all in one motion.
So Vitters was the 3rd overall pick in his draft. Alvarez the number 2 pick. Vitters in 07, Alvarez in 08. Locke to Mather. Golfed high in the air, well hit out into deep left center. Gone! A home run. 6-2 on Mather's 4th of the year, 5th of the year. First homer today for the Cubs.
A good way to describe it. Golfed out of here. Looked like a fastball down on the inside part of the plate, maybe as far in as the corner. Just drops the bat head on it. A lot of backspin toward left center field. Good to see for Joe Mather.
First homer since June 25th when he went deep against Johan Santana. '14th of his career. Darwin Barney with a base hit. 11-game hitting streak.
The 5th inning is brought to you by Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank, member FDIC.
Young Cub fan out in the bleachers with a Joe Mather home run ball. Knows how to wear those shades. Back-to-back one-out hits. We'll see some action in the Pirate bullpen. Locke needs to get 2 more outs to qualify for his first big league win.
Rod Barajas out to the mound to stall for a little bit of time. Now Ray Searage, the pitching coach, will take a long, slow walk to the mound, giving that righty in the Pirates bullpen, Chris Resop, an opportunity to get it cranked up, possibly to get ready for Alfonso Soriano in the on-deck circle.
Cubs trailed 6-1 yesterday. Were able to come back and eventually had the bases loaded in the 9th, down only a run before Joel Hanrahan got the final out. Ball 1 to Rizzo.
A great approach by Rizzo in his first at bat of the ball game when he doubled to the gap in left center field. I mentioned during his last couple rounds of batting practice, you could almost see he was getting prepared to face a left-handed pitcher. Stay back, identify the ball, drive it the other way.
A couple of youngsters attending their first ever Cubs game. Cash and Holden Pasley, ages 6 and 4, from Indianapolis. Also happy 50th anniversary to Dan and Kathy Tankersley, longtime Cub fans. 8 kids and grandkids here today celebrating. Winnemac, Indiana. That one hit very deep. Gone for Rizzo. 2-run homer. Just like that, the Cubs are within 2. His 13th.
Boy, not only is he just a flat good hitter, he has a great approach. He knows what he wants to do against that opposing pitcher on a particular day. It's clear to me that he wants to stay up the middle and the opposite way on Jeff Locke. Mentioned the double to the gap in left center and then a home run into the basket to the left to straightaway center.
The 0-1 to Soriano, hooked into left for another hit. That's 4 consecutive hits. Here comes Clint Hurdle, and as he heads out, Stats Sunday, let's take a look at the Cubs' all-time batting average leaders. Cap Anson leading the way. We'll see if maybe Starlin Castro can sneak onto that list in a couple of years. We'll be back.
Oh, you don't get high fives for that either.
As he grabbed my arm.
No, that doesn't count. It's all fake hustle.
Not how we preach you do it.
No.
So Starlin Castro against right-hander Chris Resop. The Cubs back in the game, just like yesterday. They were down 6-1. Able to get back in it eventually. A 3-run 5th inning today. Right-hander Chris Resop. Castro represents the tying run. Soriano at first. Home run cut. He missed it. Mather and Rizzo have homered. High strike on a fastball, 0-2.
Also want to send a big Cubs hello out to the Lund family from Tomball, Texas. Kevin, Kim, Tanner, and Tyler. Big time Cub fans down in the heart of Texas.
Fouled off, still 0-2.
Well, and you may be able to notice at some point the left batting glove. There you see from Starlin Castro, he's got a big pad underneath his glove. Said he had a real bad bone bruise at one point in the minor leagues, and they've tried different things, but Starlin kind of came up with this on his own. He wears the pad on his skin underneath the batting glove to protect that vulnerable area on the heel of his hand. Never really noticed it before until batting practice today. I thought his hand was swollen, but he said, no, that's a pad I wear in there to avoid that bone bruise.
Good catch.
It's on the left hand. Occasionally when he opens his palm, you can see that padding. Of course, he gets right down on the knob of the bat. Even with 2 strikes, he's always done that. Said he's not going to change now.
A chopper right side. Only one play is first base. Goes 4-3. Soriano now at second. Now Wellington Castillo. He's reached on a hit by pitch and then an error. Miguel Sokolovic up in the Cub bullpen. Looks like he'll be a 6th inning Cub reliever. Chris Rhysop is a converted outfielder. He struggled first 2.5 years of his pro career in the Marlins system. At Class A in 2003, the Marlins farm director at the time, Mark Del Piano, had an idea. Why not try pitching? So Rhysop did, and worked out well. He's been with the Marlins, Angels, Braves, and now the Pirates. .212th career appearance, all in relief in the big leagues. Way outside that time. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, Locke cannot get the win, even though he exited with a 2-run lead. He could not complete 5 innings. Base hit into center. Soriano around third. McCutchen's throw. Not in time, and on the play, Castillo moved up to second. 6-5.
No hesitation at all from Pat Listash. Wellington Castillo with a nice piece of hitting, grounding that ball into center field, and that throw is going to be a tad high. Good read by Wellington as he rounded the bag at first. He saw the arc of that throw from Andrew McCutchen, headed toward the backstop, and he gets himself into scoring position for Dave Chappelle.
So you can close the book now on the starter Locke. Through 4 innings, he had allowed 1 run, but ultimately charged with 5. Well, the Cubs are 57 and 88, but I don't think too many of their opponents by the end of this season will have said they were a fun team to play. I don't know if that's always been the case. This team is scrappy. It plays hard. Not the most talented group in the league, but I think Dale's happy with how hard his team has played all year. Down 6-1 early, but they battled back. 4 runs in the 5th, trailing only 6-5.
Want and the freedom to choose where you want to sit. I'm going to need a rule. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago Cubs. For more information, visit Cubs.com/StubHub. We're big fans of StubHub, but I need a ruling from our fans out there. Is that not redundant? You'll find the seat you want and the freedom to choose where you want to sit. Isn't that one and the same? I mean, we're winding down the regular season here, and this has been bugging the living daylights out of me since the first week of the year. I don't understand the wording of that particular read, but if you're looking for Cubs tickets, go to StubHub. They'll take good care of you.
Miguel Sokolovich, a pitcher, is on to pitch against Andrew McCutchen, who has walked, stolen a base, knocked in a run with a single, picked up another single, and stolen yet another base.
Batting first and leading off this inning is Andrew McCutchen.
(6-5) after the Cubs put up 4 in the 5th.
Ball 1, not a strike.
Sokolovich claimed off waivers from the Orioles on August 23rd. Recalled on September 2nd. Big league debut earlier with Baltimore. AAA International League midseason All-Star. Two and one. Yankees beat the Rays 6-4 to win 2 of 3 over the weekend. Joe Madden got ejected. Rays are now 5 back of the Yankees. And on the outside looking in, currently in the wild card race as well.
A good straight changeup. That's been his go-to pitch. He kind of uses his tailing fastball around the edges of the zone, but Has full confidence in that changeup to throw it in the middle of the strike zone as he does here to Andrew McCutchen and gets an awkward swing and a miss.
It was a rough week for the Rays. They went 1-5 at Baltimore and at the Yankees. Two.
What? Andrew McCutchen can't believe it. Clean him out a little bit. There you go.
Brings up a 3-2. And he walked him. Keep an eye on him again. He and Marte each with 2 stolen bases. Now with a 1-run game, the Pirates I'm sure will remain aggressive. Jay Chapman and Jeff Belleville, a couple of rookies up in the Cubs bullpen. It's a strike. They're in the 10th in Miami. Reds and Marlins tied at 4. Marlins tied the game in the 8th inning. On a Jose Reyes RBI double. Houston leading the Phillies 5-4. Wow, what a devastating that would be for the Phillies. Brewers shut out the Mets 3-0. Willie Peralta went 8 shutout innings. John Axford with a hitless 9th, so that's a combined 2-hit shutout. Brewers are 74 and 72. Right now 2 back of the Cardinals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Not only records the punch out of Garrett Jones, but did so while holding Andrew McCutchen on over there at first base. Used a slide step, pick-off attempt over at first. And now the double play still in order as Gabby Sanchez steps in to take his at bat. Gabby Sanchez and Neil Walker tied for the Pirates team lead. Each have grounded into 11 double plays this year. Thanks for Sanchez to take the team lead here.
And through the Cubs bullpen. Yeah, the weird dichotomy of hitting into double plays. Oftentimes it's when you hit a hard ground ball. Don't like striking out, but at least in that case you only make one out. You never hit into a triple play, did you?
No.
Sorry I asked.
That was one of the negative things that I was able to avoid throughout the course of my career. I did get tagged out at second on the hit and ball trick one time, though.
Ooh.
Yeah, that hurt. Once. That's all it needs to happen is one time.
Learn your lesson. Barney can't catch it. McCutcheon's going to have to hold it second. Blue hit for Sanchez, his second of the day.
Talk about protecting the plate. Just stuck his bat out there. Little floater. You could see McCutcheon at the bottom of your picture there. Had to hold up momentarily. We've seen Darwin Barney range out there into right field to make some amazing catches on pop-ups, but not that time.
Jeff Beliveau coming on to face Pedro Alvarez. Cubs trailing 6-5 in the sixth. Pedro Alvarez, first and second, one out. A one-run ball game. Alvarez with an opposite field home run to the back of the bleachers off Volstad in the fifth. Curve for a strike. 2 strikes on Alvarez, 2 on, 1 out. Really would like this to be a shutdown inning for the Cubs pitching staff. For the offense got them back into the game.
I think left-handed pitchers just need to be careful of the strike breaking ball against Pedro Alvarez. You can hit the fastball a long way to the opposite field, as we saw in his last at bat in this ball game. But against left-handed pitching, I think his swing is a little bit long against the fastball. He catches up to those breaking pitches that are in the strike zone.
There was a breaking ball. Man, you were on top of that. Wow.
Jeez.
Opposite field again, this time all the way to Waveland. As you were saying, that's a 3-run homer.
Well, 2 of the longer opposite field home runs we've seen here at Wrigley in a long time.
A strike breaking ball and way up.
Yeah, that's where big, strong right-handed pull hitters hit the ball here at Wrigley Field, over the bleachers in deep left center field. And that one out onto Waveland.
Back to a 4-run lead for the Pirates. Three and 1. 2 of those runs charged to Sokolovic.
It can be disheartening as an offensive ball club when you struggle and scratch and scrape to get back into the game, make it close, feel like you still have a chance to come back, and then, as you said, you don't get that shutdown inning you need from your pitching staff.
Barmes walks. Comes Barajas. Cub bullpen quiet at the moment. Steele out. Well, the natural thing to do, you walk a guy, you throw a ball 1, maybe ball 2 to the next hitter, and the catcher almost automatically goes to the mound. What do you say to your pitcher in that spot?
Well, it just depends, Len. Sometimes it's a mechanical issue with a pitcher. Other times it's a confidence issue. Maybe just go out there and reassure him. Throw the ball over the plate with some movement. You got some defenders behind you. They're not going to hit every ball out onto Waveland Avenue. Just keep it down. Try to get a ground ball here and get out of the inning.
That's a pitch Rob Drake has not been giving really all day. That pitch right near the inside corner against a right-handed batter. Seen several borderline pitches not go the pitcher's way. Three and one.
Well, we know Rod Barajas had the green light to swing away 3-0 earlier in the ball game. I would certainly expect a healthy cut at this pitch if it's anywhere near the strike zone.
Barajas already with a homer, 2 walks, 2 RBIs, 2 runs. Rafael Dolis just grabbed the ball in the Cub pen. That's Josh Harrison on deck. The 3-2 popped into short center. Mather has it. 2 outs.
Follow the Cubs with the MLB.com at Bat 12 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at BAT to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details.
Harrison to pinch hit. Strike 1. Harrison, one of the super utility guys, made starts at short, second, right, third. Pirate hero today, Pedro Alvarez, 2 opposite field, long home runs, 5 RBIs, all in the last 2 innings. Swing and a miss, that'll end the inning. But the Alvarez homer makes it 9-5 Pittsburgh. Cubs getting back into this game after trailing 6-1 with a big 4-run fifth. Unfortunately, the Pirates are 3 in the 6th on a homer by Alvarez. Now leading 9-5. 2013 3 Series with X Drive is here. Visit your local Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana BMW Center today to test drive one. Henricus Vandenherk, been known as Rick, as a big leaguer with the Marlins, the Orioles, and now the Pirates. I read earlier this year that he had requested to be called by his given name, Henricus, not Rick, but everywhere you look now he's still listed as Rick. So that's what we'll go with. He's from the Netherlands. Came to the United States as a catcher at age 16, but signed with Florida as a pitcher.
This is only his second appearance at the major league level. Was just selected from AAA Indianapolis on Monday. He was the most valuable player down there at AAA Indianapolis. Went 13-5 with a 2.92 ERA in 19 starts.
He's fluent in Dutch, English, Spanish, and German. The way I look at that in terms of being a baseball player, it's a lot of great curse words you can think about and maybe use in certain spots, and nobody will ever know.
Yeah, you can call umpires things and they won't even know what you're saying.
Sharply struck ground ball into left as Valbuena has his first hit. Brian LaHare will pinch hit. Beliveau. Occasionally see a line like Belivau's as that ball's hit in the right. First two are on for the Cubs. Beliveau charged with 1 hit, 1 run, 1 earned, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 1 home run. Here's Ray Searage with more action in the Pirate bullpen. Jared Hughes getting ready quickly.
And sometimes that's the determining factor for a manager in who's the next relief pitcher to come in out of that bullpen. Who can get ready the quickest down there? Joe Mather with his 5th home run of the season back in the 5th inning. Came on the first pitch on a fastball at the knees on the inside corner.
Shows bunt this time and takes a fastball away. Slider strike. Vandenherk listed at 6'5", 217.
Joe Mather's a little upset with himself that he didn't request timeout. Vandenherk really took a long time after checking on the runner at second base. He turned his head toward home plate and then stood there for about a 5 count before finally delivering the pitch. I think he caught Joe Mather in between that time. Pickoff attempt was on at first base that time as Sanchez tried to sneak in behind Brian LaHare, but Dave McKay read it well, alerted LaHare. He got back to the bag, and Barajas just had to hang on to the baseball.
Deep breath by Vandenherk. The 2-2 gets past. Runners will advance. A wild pitch on Vandenherk. 3-2 on Mather.
Not much of an effort this time by Barajas. Just tries to reach across and catch that ball on the backhand side. No shift of the weight, no upper body movement whatsoever. Just reached out there with his glove, and Vandenherk threw it right past him all the way to the bricks.
They're loaded with nobody out. That'll be it for Vandenherk. Musical relievers continuing today.
Adios.
Will make the move.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Here's
Au
Jerry
revoir.
Hughes.
See you later.
Cubs have the bases loaded with nobody out, trailing by 4 in the 6th. Barney the batter. Here we go. Ball 1. We've got Valbuena at third, LaHare at second, Mather at first. This game is far from over.
See that sinking fastball from Hughes. That's his job in this situation for the Pirates. Come in, try to get that ground ball double play, at least limit the damage that the Cubs are able to do here with the bases loaded, nobody out.
Hit in the left. Valbuena's in. Listash will hold LaHare. 9-6. Barney, that tying run now on base with still nobody out and Rizzo coming up.
It's on that sinker. Hard ground ball through the left side of the infield. And LaHare, not the most adventurous Cubs base runner, in that particular time Marte with a strong throw right back in chest high to the cutoff man. He'd have been out by a mile at home plate. Yeah, but nobody out in the inning. Pat Listash playing it a little bit safer, and you've got your RBI producers here.
Ball 1 to Rizzo outside.
Double and a homer, both coming to the opposite field in the ball game today, and should use the same approach here against Jared Hughes with that heavy sinking fastball. He's probably going to try to work away from Anthony Rizzo. Opposite field works.
In the dirt. 2-0. Could have a winner here. Somebody hits a grand slam.
Yeah. Ron Jecka from Chicago could possibly win a Mazda CX-5. One of the Cubs goes deep here with the bases loaded.
The 2-1 pitch. Now 3-1. Rizzo in the driver's seat. Sitting behind the wheel of a nice Mazda right now. Deep to right center.
Yeah.
A grand slam. Cubs lead 10-9. First career grand slammer for Rizzo. Thing of beauty.
Oh man, I'm telling you, that's the kind of swing you're supposed to take in a 3-1 count with the bases loaded. This ball is absolutely blasted. Sinker up and out over the plate, no doubt about it, way back into the bleachers in right center field. Everything was absolutely perfect for Anthony Rizzo.
Another pitching change. Vanden Hurken Hughes did not get an out. Cubs lead 10-9. Found out that Ron Jecka of Chicago wins a Mazda CX-5.
Nice.
Well, Chad Qualls is on. So Valbuena and LaHare with singles. Mather walked. Barney knocked in Valbuena with a single. And then Rizzo, the go-ahead grand slam, giving him 6 RBIs on the day. Nine runs over the last 2 innings. We were down 6-1 at one point. Well, that changes the scope of how Dale is going to use his bullpen over the final 3 innings. And if you're Clint Hurdle, you're just trying to find a reliever who can get somebody out. Seems to be quantity over quality today, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And for the Cubs, 2 of their 3 relievers have given up runs.
I'll tell you, at this point, if you're Clint Hurdle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, even though you've got 9 pitchers left in the bullpen, you start thinking about bringing in a position player. Because your pitchers aren't getting the job done today, Clint.
Just foul. It's picked by Andy Lane, Cubs bullpen catcher. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 6th batter of the inning makes the first out.
Shortstop, number 13, Stephen Castro.
Rizzo with his first career grand slam. First time he's ever hit 2 in a game. 2-run homer in the 5th. 4-run homer in the 6th. On the outside for a strike.
I've seen a couple of those now, partner. The Anthony Rizzo grand slam, winning a car. And back when I was broadcasting games for the Arizona Diamondbacks, they had a contest where the fan had to pick a player and an inning. And if the player happened to hit a grand slam in the designated inning that the fan picked, you won $1 million. Well, a lady by the name of Guyleen Hoyle picked Jay Bell. I don't recall the exact inning, and sure enough, Jay Bell came to the plate, bases loaded, and goes deep. Wins her $1 million. Brought her up to the booth later in the game, and I introduced her to my partner Tom Brenneman as my new fiance, Guyleen Hoyle. I don't think her husband Clayton took too kindly to that, but what an experience. Can you imagine going to the ballpark and going home with a check for $1 million? Or a brand new car? How cool is that?
We are the Oprah show of baseball broadcasts. Watching Cubs baseball, you might win a car.
You never know.
Ground ball to Alvarez. And he throws across for the out.
Well, that last road trip in Houston, you were handing out money to Cub fans down in front of the booth.
Castillo. Chad Qualls was acquired from the Yankees for Casey McGee on July 31st. When that trade went down, the Pirates were here. Sinker's low. Rizzo with 6 RBIs, the most by a Cub in 2 full seasons.
Castillo hoping Chad Qualls throws that one again. 3-0 sinker at the top of the strike zone for called strike 1. There it was again. Just above the belt, inside corner of the plate. Not sure what Castillo was expecting right there, but a pretty good pitch to swing at.
Jake Peavy moved his record to 11-11 as the White Sox swept the Twins 9-2 the final. Big 6-run sixth for the White Sox. Got that big makeup game tomorrow against Detroit. Steals aboard with a 2-out walk. Balls gets a sign from Barajas. Sets up toward the outside. And a comeback sinker missed low. Reds with a run on the top of the 11th at Miami, leading 5-4. Ryan Ludwig with an RBI single, so they're in the bottom of the 11th. Jonathan Broxton trying to close it out. It's been a nacho day here, hasn't it? According to what we've seen. Yeah.
Cheese with a Z.
Alvarez to Walker to force Castillo. Cubs bat around. The grand slam by Rizzo gives them the lead. Jimi Hendrix with Foxy Lady. It's a Bud fan cam brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. In 2 days, it'll be the 40th anniversary the untimely death of Jimi Hendrix. He was just 27 years old. Cubs lead 10-9 here in the 7th. Rookie righty Jay Chapman against rookie left fielder Starling Marte. A slider in there for a strike. Pretty neat the other day. Chapman was working with catcher Steve Clevenger. They were teammates in college at Chipola College. Clevenger was the shortstop. Driven to deep right. Sapelt back on it. It's going to be over his head. And Marte on his way to third with a triple. His second 3-base hit in as many days. Pirates have the tying run at third with nobody out. Well, he was pretty quiet over the last week since coming off the DL, but the last 2 days he's been the guy the Pirates hope he will become.
Well, he's always had the tools. He's slowly but surely starting to figure out how to use those tools, and one of those tools is his speed. And man, can he run when he decides to turn it on. He's got a third and a fourth gear and makes it to third base easily that time without a throw.
Here's Walker. Bounces that fastball off the foot of Castillo. He's probably going to be a little sore when he wakes up tomorrow. Got hit on a pitch earlier in the leg. Took that one off his foot. Chapman has opened some eyes with a pretty devastating changeup. Cubs, by the way, with their infield in. They're with nobody out. There's the changeup. And he has a unique grip on that changeup, Bob. It's a pitch he's really only been throwing for the last couple of years. His former minor league teammate in the Braves organization, Chris Medlin, who's just been fantastic since joining the Braves rotation, taught him the changeup. He just didn't have a good feel for that pitch. Swing and a miss. You choke that ball back into your palm, your two middle fingers kind of over the ball, and then your index finger and your pinky usually off to the side. You make a circle with your thumb and your index finger. Well, he's moved the pinky finger up along with the other two, so he actually has 3 digits on top of the ball with the thumb and the index making that circle. Just a little twist. Caught by Barney. Walker slams his bat down. He hit that one hard, but Barney made the catch. 1 out.
You're playing your infield in. You need that drive to be hit somewhere close to one of your defenders. They just don't have a lot of range. That time Darwin Barney just kind of leans to his right, makes the diving catch as he falls to his stomach, and you can see Neil Walker upset by the result. Can't do much more than that. Got a good pitch and hit it hard right at Darwin Barney.
Well, they're not going to intentionally walk McCutchen, at least at this point. He's reached all 4 times. Might see a lot of that in this at bat. Garrett Jones on deck. I think more than any other pitch, the variation of the grip on the changeup is pretty common. Really, the idea is same arm action, just slow down the ball. Choke it to the back of your hand, the palm of your hand. Get it away from the end of your fingers. Some guys use a split finger grip for their changeup.
Some guys have used what they call the Vulcan grip, where it's a split finger, but it's thrown between your middle finger and your ring finger. A lot of different ways to throw that changeup, and many times it takes years for a pitcher to find a grip that they're comfortable with and consistent with.
3-1. Two. It's changed, look like. Changeup bounced foul. Jason Birkin learned yesterday you don't want to hang a changeup on a 3-2 to McCutchen. He homered on that pitch. Fastball. 2 down.
That time Chapman missed his spot, but caught McCutchen totally by surprise. He had thrown him a breaking ball, 3-0, a couple of change-ups on the 3-1 count, and then just fires a fastball right down the middle of the plate to catch one of the best hitters in the game looking. See where Castillo was set up, but that pitch was actually right down the middle of the plate.
Well, what an escape job this would be after the leadoff triple. Infield back with Jones at the plate. 1-0. Change up away, 2-0. Blocked by Castillo. And it gets by him. You know, Marte try to score. Got the green light. Didn't get a fastball though. 3-1.
Got the changeup instead on the 3-0 count. I think the Cubs are well aware that Clint Hurdle's going to turn his hitters loose on 3-0 counts, especially with that tying run perched down there at third base.
Ball 4, first and third. Gabby Sanchez.
First baseman number 14, Gabby Sanchez.
The hitting star today for the Pirates, no doubt, has been third baseman Pedro Alvarez, who's in the on-deck circle. But Gabby Sanchez put together some pretty good at-bats in his 2 starts in this series. He's hit the ball hard a couple of times today. 2 base hits on Friday, hit the ball hard for out a couple of times. Dangerous hitter right here.
It's been the Rizzo Alvarez show. They've combined for 4 homers and 11 RBIs. 2. Marte led off the frame with a triple. He's still at third, and there are 2 outs. Got Jones. Now they've got Marte. Tagged out by Castillo to end the inning. Wow. Stretch time with Lee Smith.
To the ball game. Former Cubs great Lee Smith.
How you doing out there? Like, here we go now. 1, 2, 3. Took off for second. Jay Chapman able to step off and eventually got Starling Marte in a rundown between third and home.
Yeah, the old fake to third, throw to first never works, does it? Well, it did this time. Real nice job by Jay Chapman to sell that move. Had the runner hung up between first and second, but checks on the runner at third. Marte's out in the middle of no man's land, and Wellington Castillo just runs him down, applies the tag. What a way to end the inning.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know if I've ever seen that in the big leagues. I have now.
That is the voice of the all-time Cubs saves leader, Lee Smith. Always great to see you, Lee.
Oh, as always, man, to get back here, see all my buddies, man. It's unbelievable.
Here's Chris LaRue, already the 6th Pirate pitcher to work, and we're only in the 7th inning.
Hey, I hope this is going to be a good luck show, man. I was over in the radio booth, man. Hey, guys want a car.
Yeah,
You guys going to be that good over here, huh?
How about 4 more runs?
That'd be nice. That would be real nice. I was looking at the shadows over there. I'm like, man, has some flashbacks, man.
You had flashbacks. Every hitter in the National League during your era had flashbacks.
I remember throwing a couple of breaking balls to Eric Davis. He said they didn't sound like they were strikes.
Well, prior to August of 1988, with the shadows, you would not have had the lights on because they weren't here. But I don't know how much it helps on a day like this, but late in the afternoon, they will turn the lights on.
I don't think right now it's happening a whole lot. Guys, seeing the ball pretty good. We were talking about the spin. Oh,
We were talking about the difference in the spin on the breaking ball over that dunk and the fastball and things like that with the shallows, man. I'm like, it wasn't nothing better than having out there. I had the ground crew come out and work on the mine a little bit, you know, make sure it was real dark when I came out there. That 305 start was beautiful.
Yeah, that businessman special really helped your business.
Oh, my goodness, that was great. Plus, I have been known to take a little time getting to and from the mound also.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. That stroll you used to make from the dugout down to the bullpen.
That Wrigley was too close, though, man. Now they got all the bullpens like behind this left field wall. I'd get one warm-up pitch, huh?
Yeah, today's game, it started at 3:05. We'd already be after 6.
Yeah.
There would not be a lot of light left.
Oh, yeah. That is Joe West on the mound out there, right?
That is
of
Joe
course
West.
It is. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
man. Oh, Joe getting TV time, huh?
Well, this happened earlier this season. A similar situation. A fan was struck by a foul ball, and Joe just came in and stopped the game until the fan was taken care of, and they made sure that everybody in the section was paying attention again. And here we are now doing it again.
We still wait. Certainly, we hope that fan is all right. Right behind the Pirate bullpen.
Well, how long did you play in the American League very long, or did you have the opportunity? Because they had another umpire over there to remind me of him, Ken Kaiser.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. He reminded me so much of Joe, man. It didn't take much to get him going either.
At the point where I think LaRue might take a couple of warm-up tosses. So when you come back to Wrigley, you're talking about the shadows. What else do you think about, Lee?
Well, the first thing I have to do is go check out my old boys in the ground crew room, man, and go see my buddy Rick and, hang out over at the fire department, see some of the guys. I didn't get a chance to go by the clubhouse, but I don't think half the guys on this Cub team was born when I played, man. I don't know anybody. I think less than maybe Garza. What is he, 26?
29, yeah.
Yeah, man. So it's like, you don't know very many of the guys. But, every time I get to town, I always come back and try to holler at Dutchie as I'm at the ballpark, and if she comes in. But sometimes I go to the restaurant and see her. Have some fun, awesome memories here.
3-2.
And you mentioned you just came from the radio booth. Your old buddy Keith Moreland over there. There's Zonk. Yeah.
Oh man, I tell you what, Zonk, I'm surprised that everybody here in Chicago understands what he's saying. I thought I might get the job translating for him.
Walker will get the out. So one away.
We touched on a little bit of the Ron Santo induction, and how great a job his wife done at the ceremony. It was awesome, man. I wasn't able to be there because I was working a little bit then, but as you can consider my job working, but just to see the job that she did and see the kids, because I see them sometime at the fantasy camp, man. That was great.
And Vicky did a wonderful job.
Yeah, it was awesome.
We were able to host Ron's family here after the induction. They conducted the stretch. Long overdue.
Yes, definitely. Well, I actually found out a lot of things that Ronnie's, his stats, and things like that you wouldn't look at, because most players don't go check each other's stats and things like that, So just to see the numbers that he put up, and we touched on that with Zonk about the pitchers that he faced back in the day too, man. You think about half of those pitchers, or more than half of them, that Ron Santo had to face and hit what he hit off those guys, man. Most of them in the Hall of Fame. I mean, it's unbelievable. Not taking anything away from the pitchers or the hitters now, but you don't see a Houston Astros staff, with the Nolan Ryan type guys and the Mike Scotts and all the guys like that, But it was like an awesome career and a good thing for him. I wish he would have been able to see it.
Cardenas, pinch hitter, grounds out, and it'll bring up Joe Mather, who homered earlier. So on a typical day, when you were the closer, first pitch of the game, you're where? In the dugout? In the clubhouse?
Well, I was usually working out a little bit.
Okay.
No, I had been. Yost Kawana had a room set up me in the lounge where I occasionally took a nap, because there was nothing better than a game like this, waking up with a 3-run lead, man. In the 8th inning, we didn't just pitch the 9th inning like that, But you know what? It was just the thing. Mostly, I would actually look at the umpires. I would look at the umpires and see how their strike zone is going to be moving around. If the young guys that come up, or some guys going on vacation, or just look at that and the type hitters that come up. Because now you see so many different guys, especially except Tim McCullough. But when we didn't do the interleague plays much, remember? Because we didn't have that, so I didn't know what the other guys would look like or getting trades and things like that. But most of the time, I would try to be up on the game, have an idea of what was going on, what I was going to be facing, who was going to be up in 8th and 9th inning.
One strike on Mather. That one topped just foul past third base. Been a minor league pitching instructor with the Giants. And are you there the whole spring training with them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I get a chance to see a lot of the guys. I do a lot of the minor league things and things like that. Now, see, when Brian Wilson went down, I thought we was going to be pretty much done, but Affeldt, and he come in and done what he do. But the one kid, Sergio Romo, and you can't take away what Casilla done. But we got a hell of a pitching staff there.
Oh, no question. We saw that staff here a couple of weeks ago.
And it's good to see, Esposito, pitching well. But the years before they talked about, Esposito wasn't doing this, wasn't doing that. But, he was we just want to score any runs. He go out there and give up 2 runs, get a loss, and everybody was beating on him, And the awesome guy, and Tim Lincecum is starting to throw his fastball for strike. So the multiple other pitches look so much better.
Swing and a miss, and that will end the inning. The Cubs with a 10-9 lead. Always great to catch up with Lee Smith. Thanks, Lee.
Oh, man. My pleasure, guys.
Nice to see you.
Always.
Good seeing you again.
Seemed like so long ago, but remember, Alfonso Soriano picked up in the first inning his 100th career RBI. The day has belonged to Anthony Rizzo. 2-run homer and a grand slam in the 5th and the 6th. First career multi-homer game. Visit your local Chicagoland Honda dealer today. Test drive a 2012 Honda Accord. So Gabby Sanchez, who was at the plate when Marte was gunned down 1-2 as he was caught stealing. And a high fly ball out into right center. And DeJesus just into the game makes a catch.
Naturally. Seems like that happens so often, Len. You bring a guy into the ball game either as part of a double switch or as a defensive replacement, and the very first ball put into play goes to the guy that just came into the ball game.
So Sean Camp gets his 74th appearance. Alvarez already with 2 home runs. Oh, 2.
in the air, deep center, playable. Mather just onto the warning track.
Starlin Castro usually battling ground balls, but he's battling the birds on the infield today. Those pigeons seem to want to roost on the infield dirt. Starlin's been chasing them off the diamond so they don't interfere with the play.
Jeff Clement announced for Barmas. Yanks it foul on the ground. Clement made the final 2 outs on Friday. Pinch hit, game-ending 1-6-3 double play. Another fly ball. This time it's Soriano in left. How about 9-8-7? 3 fly ball outs for Sean Camp. A quick 1-2-3-8. Cubs lead 10-9. "15 runs scored in the 5th and the 6th alone." Cubs lead 10-9. Jordy Mercer into play short after Barmas was lifted for the pinch hitter. LaRue went 1-2-3 in the 7th. That's the only 1-2-3 for the Pirates. Sean Camp with the only 1-2-3 for the Cubs in the top of the 8th. Barney's had a big homestand. First 3 games he's picked up 5 hits, has scored 5 runs. Offensive hero today. Double, 2-run homer, grand slam. 3 runs, 6 RBIs.
10 total bases.
Other than that, he hasn't done much.
Right.
Crazy ball game like this, another run or two would not hurt anything for the Cubs. Get a little more breathing room because Carlos Marmol's cranking it up down there in the bullpen.
It's going to land foul. It's a leadoff walk. 2 walks today for Barney. He's taken 5 in the series. Another good sign.
It usually goes hand in hand. You're seeing the ball well. You're swinging at good pitches, taking the bad pitches. Well, Barney's not a guy that walks very often, but he's seeing the ball extremely well right now.
And certainly LaRue didn't want to walk him in front of Anthony Rizzo, but he did.
Take a ride on this one. Oh, man, did he crush that ball. Aggressive 3-1 swing. Got a pitch up and out over the plate. Got full extension. A lot of backspin. That ball carried way up into the bleachers in right center. When a hitter is locked in like it appears Anthony Rizzo is, you'll take a strike 2-0 if it's not exactly what you're looking for. There's no panic, there's no fear. Still got to throw the ball over the plate 2 more times. I'll get one of those.
Two and two. Crowd didn't like it.
Breaking ball right at the bottom of the zone, and Barajas snags it just off of the dirt. It had just caught the bottom of the strike zone as it crossed the front of home plate.
Count holding it 2 apiece. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's out number one. How about that? Billy Williams once talked about on his big day, he struck out and got an ovation. So Anthony Rizzo does today. You get 5 at bats, chances are they're not all going to be home runs. Considering that's never happened in the history of baseball
yet
to this point.
I really think that called slider at the bottom of the zone that looked like it was low really almost forced Rizzo to chase that last slider at the bottom of the zone.
Towering fly, right field corner, and it'll hit the track, then the bottom of the basket. That ball is in play. Barney will score on a double, 11-9. I think the basket just helped the Cubs get a run because if that ball bounces up and over and out of play, Barney has to hold it third.
Really crossed up the Pirates defense that time. They play Alfonso Soriano as a dead pull hitter. Long run that time. Ball sliced down into that right field corner. Looked like Soriano wasn't sure where it was initially. That ball does hit the bottom of the basket, stay on the field of play. You can see Joe West way back there at first base signaling no interference, no fan interference. That ball's in play. Darwin Barney motors all the way around from first and scores a valuable insurance run.
Tony Campana running for Soriano, and he'll chat with Dave McKay during this pitching coach visit. 3 more hits for Soriano and 101 RBIs on the year. Pretty tight race right now in the National League. See Brian Morris made his major league debut earlier this weekend. Justin Wilson, the lefty, 1-0 on Castro, who's 0 for 4. Cubs trailed 6-1 just a few innings ago. Now lead 11-9. One ball, one strike. The series will not end today. Tomorrow night, Kevin Correa against Travis Wood. Game 1 went 317. Game 2, 326. We might be pushing 4 hours today, and we haven't gone to extras in any of them. Campana back. Plenty of time.
It may just be my imagination, partner, but it seems like this year, since the September call-ups, we have seen a lot more games that approach the 4-hour mark, go past the 4-hour mark. I mean, we've had expanded rosters in baseball as long as I can remember.
This year feels different. You're right.
Yeah, it just seems like much an audition every day.
Backhanded by Walker, and the throw to third. Campana read it well, able to get back. Infield single for Castro, so he's on the board. Still only one out.
Now, once Walker cuts in front right there, no chance to get the out at first. The only chance they had was if perhaps Tony Campana took too big of a turn at third base, so Walker immediately went that direction. Jordy Mercer from his shortstop position might have had a play at first, but I doubt it with Castro's speed.
Inside to Castillo. Hit by a pitch, reached on an error, knocked in a run with a single, and then he walked. Fits right into Jack Brickhouse. We once talked about that in a tight game. 12 ways for this game to end. A walk, a hit batter, an error, sac fly. Castillo's had about half of those. One and one. One and two.
And now with a 2-strike count on Castillo, you might see Castro on the move down there at first base. Swain likes to give his hitters opportunities to drive in those runners from third base with one out in the inning. But now in a 2-strike count, Wellington Castillo figures to take a more defensive swing, could possibly result in a ground ball double play. So maybe Castro will be trying to work for a lead out there.
Castillo strikes out. Number 3 for LaRue. And left-handed hitting David DeJesus coming up, and Clinton Hurdle is probably coming out. Yep. He's going to get Justin Wilson into this game. (11-9) Cubs in the 8th.
previous appearances. 8 hits in 2 innings of work. Did strike out 3 batters. He's walked a man.
It's his 5th major league appearance. And he comes in with runners at the corners, a run in, and David DeJesus with his first at bat of the afternoon. He came in to play right in the top of the 8th. Here we go. Castro steals second without a throw. And the 0-1. Low and outside. Down the left field line. Just into the seats behind the Cubs bullpen.
Pretty good pop-up defense by the Cubs bullpen down there. Another September phenomenon. You've got so many relief pitchers. Normally at this time of the game you'd be a security guard and a couple of bullpen catchers, but I don't think anybody could get there in time to make the play. But Rafael Dolis with a little bit of a moving screen there, moving pick.
That will drop in there. Castro will score. Cubs get 2 more big runs. DeJesus moves to second. 13-9. Well, you love that extra 2-run cushion. 3 runs here in the 8th inning.
A nice quick swing by David on a fastball down and in from a left-handed pitcher. Throw the plate over the cutoff man. No chance to get Castro at the plate, but the high throw allows David DeJesus to move into scoring position.
Valbuena lifts one in the air. Marte will make the grab. So Marmol will come on with a 4-run lead, 13-9.
good time. Here we go. Pepsi Max, the official soft drink of Major League Baseball. 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. The Illinois Lottery. Do you believe in the power of possibility? The Illinois Lottery. Anything's possible. And by Ford, manufacturers of more fuel-efficient vehicles than any other brand. Check them out at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. Campana stays in and plays center. Joe Mather's going to go over and play left.
'55th game of the season for Carlos Marmol.
Instead of a 1-run lead, he comes in with a 4-run lead. And this is Brock Holt. Ball 1. He hits for Barajas. Relegated to the bench after Neil Walker came back 2-0. Close. Full count, 3-2.
It's not quite back to that upper corner of the strike zone with the slider.
Ball 4. That's why you like having that cushion. Snyder now.
We're being told that's the 344th pitch of the ball game.
That's it?
That's it. Seems like we have that many in the 6th inning alone. It goes without saying, you don't want to put runners on base here at the bottom of this Pirates order and then roll around to the top where you've got some guys that can do damage. Make them earn it.
Swing and a miss, 1-2. Usually that first strike gets him back in line. Snyder stays alive by fighting off the 7-mile-an-hour slider.
2-2.
I understand it's a 4-run game, and I'm kind of surprised Brock Holt hasn't taken second base already. Anthony Rizzo playing well behind him down there at first base. Carlos Marmol's not paying him any attention. Go ahead and take that base. Take the force play at second out of the equation. Take the double play out of the equation for the time being.
Swing and a miss. He got a 95 on the Heat for the first out.
Oh, he just blew that one right by Snyder. Very late with the swing at the 95-mile-per-hour heater. Carlos Marmol's reputation precedes him. I think a lot of hitters still go to the plate looking for sliders from Carlos Marmol, but he has really evened it up with that fastball.
Side on Marte.
Whether it's intentional or not, this fastball up and in usually sets up a slider on the outside part of the plate. Get the hitter to move his feet, keep him honest, don't let him lean out over the plate, and then come right back with a pitch breaking away from him. Right there. Nicely done.
1-2.
When your most recent memory as a hitter is a pitch that was right under your chin, you hesitate to lean out there and look for that slider away on the next delivery.
Ground ball. Castro flips to Barney. 2. Game over. Cubs win. Cubs win as they come all the way back and actually run away with a 13-9 win.